So good morning everyone. Today I welcome you back to our study work section. So for you to benefit from this work section, I want you to bring your priority tasks with you. Get 3 tasks that you want to achieve, how to know your priorities to make sure that what you want to achieve is urgent and important. So if they are urgent and important, then put them first and grade it as a priority. So you get 3 things that you want to achieve, and I want you to break it down using the system I taught you to time block. So during this time, I want you to break it down into manageable chunks and give it time. So okay, within 50 minutes I'll be able to write 100 words. I'll be able to write a page. I'll be able to complete 500 words. I'll be able to do the introduction or to write the conclusion. So you make it in a way that you understand once you achieve it that yes, this is complete. So you understand what being complete is at this stage. So we are starting today to be on the dot by 10 a.m. We'll start the sprint time. So during the sprint time, I expect you to focus on the work that brought you to this space. And during the break, we can chat. During the break, we can talk about how to improve our productivity, especially as students, how to improve our grades, how to improve our results, how to improve our retention ability and our ability to read and understand. So I'll be teaching how to read effectively, how to understand and keep what you read and remember it after some time, even for a lifetime. So you learn how to store information in your own brain, not just in the system. So that's what we'll be discussing during the break time. And the Pomodoro section we'll be using today is still our 50-10. So 50 minutes of focused sprint time of work and 10 minutes of break. So during that focused time of work, you need to focus on your work and reduce every distraction and reduce everything that takes your mind off your work. You can turn off notification, you can keep your phone aside if that is what distracts you, or you can mute the calls, those things, those unnecessary calls. You give it only 15 minutes. And our minds as humans works better in sprint section, short sprint. So that 50 minutes is our sprint time, is the time for us to focus, and the 10 minutes is our break time. And during the mindful break, I want you to go out. You can stretch, you can chat with us, just take a break off the work you're doing and look at yourself and be present with yourself during the break, to look and listen to your body and listen to your mind, so you can return and maybe gain clarity on what you are doing. So for those that are joining us, I will encourage you to bring healthy snacks with you, and you can also bring a cup of tea, or maybe a flask of tea if that is what you want, or water, drinking water. So if you are in a cold place, I will encourage you to get something warm, and if you are in a very hot place, then you can get something that is cooler. So it's okay to have snacks during your work time, so you don't get stressed. In this space, we respect each other. We don't want anybody using languages that are not encouraging, that are detrimental, or that are not kind. So you should be human in this space and be kind with your words. And you can chat, put the questions you have in the chat. We will look at the chat during the break time, and at the end of the section is a 6 hours study time. So during this study time, we'll be just looking at the chat during the break, and during at the end of the section, I can look through the whole chat. Maybe there are questions to answer that we didn't have time to answer within 10 minutes, then I'll treat that then. Especially for students, you can bring your work and join us. Especially for those researchers that are writing and you don't have time, you are juggling between work and your research, then you join me. This is who we are, so we can achieve what we want together. We can meet deadlines, we can publish, and we can also work and provide for our family. So we have 24 hours, so let's use it, and use it judiciously, use it well, use it effectively. So during this time, we'll be talking about how to improve our efficiency, how to improve our output, and it's very important to us. So if you are joining us, bring your priority tasks and join us. During the sprint time, you might see us focusing on the work we are doing. We might not be chatting with anybody. Yes, we are on our sprint time. We are training our mind to focus. We are training our focus. We are training our memory. So it's very important to us that during that time we reduce distraction. But that doesn't stop you from joining us wherever you meet us. Whatever time you meet us, you can join us. Bring your tasks, bring your work you are doing. If you're working in the office, it's okay. So we'll remind you when to go on mindful break. So in this space, we teach not to stress during work. It's very important that you don't go through stress, because stress is not healthy for us. It's not healthy for our memory. It's not healthy for us as humans. So here, less pressure, no pressure even. So it helps us to be more efficient. It helps us to be more productive. So let's start. We are starting now. I'll be speaking to you again during the break time, which is 10:50. So our break today will be happening 10:50, 11:50, 12:50, 1:50. That's 1 p.m. 50. Then we have 2:50, then 3:50. Maybe we'll take the last one until 4 before we go on should I say a long break till tomorrow. It happens twice a week, every Wednesday and Thursday. I'm here. So this is your space to study. This is your space to ask questions on how to study, on how to improve your results, on how to improve your scores. So it's very important. If you have been struggling and you read, you don't understand, you read is quite a lot for you to record, then this is the space for you today. Join us as students, join us as researchers, and let's work together to achieve our aim while we grow and also chat. You make good friends here. You make good friends in this space also. So we are starting our sprint time, which is a focused work time for deep focused work. So 50 minutes, that will be 10:50. Then after that we go on 10 minutes break, then we come back again for another one from 11 to 11:50. So I'll be speaking to you again once it's 10:50. Thank you for joining. So it's our break time now. It's a mindful break time. You see how fast 50 minutes can go. So it's so fast. If you are clear on what you want to achieve, if you want to join us, so I will guide you on how to gain clarity. It's very important in achieving your goal. It's very important in saving energy, because energy is should I say, is the fuel you need to achieve what you want. So you don't go wasting your energy and thinking that you are wasting time, because there might still be time at night, but once the energy is gone, it's gone, and you have 24 hours. So you need to manage your energy and focus. So let's look at how we achieve our aim, how we improve our productivity, how we improve our focus as humans. So if you've been with me and you want to go on a break, you can go out, you can stretch, you can walk around, or maybe speak with us or chat. You can put your chat. Okay, please ma shift this caption up a bit to cover your face. Okay. Oh dear. Yeah, I think that's the limit the page gives for that caption. It's not going up. If you lift it higher than that, it will just cut off. That's how it is. So I've tried to lift it up. It's a board. I don't know how they do that. Maybe I will ask questions later. uh, but you can still read it when I shift. I think it's 50 minutes focused sprint deep work time, then followed by 10 minutes break. So now we are discussing on how to improve our productivity. So if you have been with us, let's work as students. So for you to achieve your goal, for you to come out with that good grade that you want to achieve, you need to be very clear on what you want to gain out of that school. What is your purpose going to that school? What is your purpose going to learn that work you are doing? Or if you are not learning a skill, you are not going through school, or you're working, what is your purpose in that office? What do you want to achieve? Do you want to grow in that office, or just to gain knowledge and live for a better place? These are all different goals. So you need to be specific on what you want, and you need to learn how to set your goals, set your objective, to be smart. That's the SMART. That's the way to set achievable objectives. So you need to be very specific. If you don't know why you have gone to a place, it's easy for you to lose your focus. It's easy for you to derail. It's easy for you to waste enough time. You know, somebody was telling me, oh, that during a PhD you use the first 2-3 years, you miss your way, you go around. Is because most times during PhD they think, oh, you've already mastered it, because you've done your masters, you've mastered it, and they think you can guide yourself. And so many people will start missing their way and going round and round. So it's difficult. But it's very important, before you start any journey, any important decision in life, be it in marriage, be it in your career, be it in your academics or in friendship, that you define exactly what you want out of it. Is very important. Why? Because it will save you a lot of time, it will save you energy, it will increase your focus, it will increase your attention, it will show you a straight line. You know, in mathematics we are taught that the shortest route is always a straight line between 2 points, and clarity brings that. But if you're walking in circles, you have too many forests in between, you see people in the same school, some of them are going to this school, some of them they have different goal from you, and most students, they don't understand that. I had a roommate that told me that dad said, all you have to do is just bring back the certificate. I don't want to know the grade. Let it be that you have a first degree. The job is already waiting for you. And if you're not careful as a student coming from a very poor home, your dad doesn't have a company, you don't have a big name to attach yourself to, and you follow her, you wouldn't like the end of it. So it is good that you define exactly what you want from every endeavor you are putting in. If you are going to learn a job, what do you want to become? Are you just waiting to gain a little knowledge so as to go to another one, or are you trying to grow in that area? So you need to be very specific, especially students. Some went there to just get certificates. Some went there to improve themselves, to gain knowledge. And as ridiculous as it sounds, some are just there to get friends. Some are just there to enjoy life. They go to every party, they attend everything. So you need to be very specific so as to get the focus and clarity you need to gain what you want. So how are you going to be specific? First, you need to know the goal. And ask yourself, is this an end or is it a means to the end? Okay, if I get this is what I want. Okay, what you want is this certificate. What you want is a first class. What you want is a cum laude. What you want is a distinction. What you want is to be able to write a paper. What you want is to be able to get a good position in an office. What you want is to gain the skill on how to negotiate. These are all aims. Then another thing that will help you gain better clarity on what you want is, why do I need this? Because many people, they will say, oh, I need a good certificate. They don't know why. And that is why after they graduate, they are struggling, because they never knew why. Some of them, they might know why. And once you know why, it is quite easy for you to concentrate. It is quite easy for you to start going to the next step, which is breaking down this goal into achievable chunks. If your aim is to go to school and graduate with a very good grade, what and why do you need it? Maybe because of the financial situation of your home. Maybe because, oh, you have faced a situation that puts you in a very disadvantageous position. So you want to use that as a stepping stone. Once you know that why, the why is a driving force for you to move forward. So even when it gets tough, when it is easy to quit, when it is easy for you to just leave it, because of the why, you keep going. That's how it works. So before you send your child to school, before you send your sister to school, or you have somebody that is still in school learning a trade, it's time you sit the person down so they don't miss their way. That is why you see some people, they went to go and learn trade. Before you know it, they are stealing from their boss. Before you know it, they have been chased out of school because they did exam malpractice. Before you know it, some went to school, and instead of learning, they are there fighting. You see, that's because they don't have clarity of what they want. If you have clarity of what you want, you went to an office, and that office, what you are targeting is to become the director. What you are targeting is to gain enough knowledge to move to a higher position in another parastatal, in another office. Then no matter what your colleague brought, no matter how they are looking for your trouble, you know that this is a phase, this is not part of the plan. You will know how to avoid it. But if you don't have this focus, if you don't have this clarity, whatever they bring, you start giving your energy and time to it. That is how people wake up in the morning and they will sleep at night. They have nothing to show for it. And they will think it's just waking up in the morning and sleeping at night, not knowing what to show for it. It will go that way. After 1 year, they are 2014 looks like 2024 to them. It looks like 2034. You understand? Because they don't wake up with clarity of purpose. It's very important that you have clarity of purpose. And that will help you when others are saying, oh, I have achieved this. They went to school. Within 1 year, they are out. If your own, maybe you had a research or something you know that will give you a better standing, but it takes time, you will persevere. You are not going to be running because they are all running. Because you have a different path from them, and it's very important that you understand this, and it will help you to minimize wastage of time and energy. You have enough time to do other things. You have enough energy to participate in other things. But if you don't have this clarity, you go to school and they will say, oh, people are passing now. How are they passing? They say, oh, you can pay somebody to write for you. You will pay. Because you didn't have this conviction that yes, what you were there to learn is to learn how to write, to learn how to reason, to learn how to think, to learn how to communicate. If that was your aim from the beginning, you will know that yes, paying somebody to do that it has already defeated the purpose, so you won't go that way. If your aim is to get the experience, to get the standing that you'll be able to grow in an institution, you wouldn't go to school and start doing exam malpractice. You are trying to peep and they will chase you out of school. You wouldn't even, because you have a bigger thing to achieve. That is just how it works. So you need to be very sure what you want as a student. If you haven't found out your reason for going to school, it's still early. If you're in an undergraduate student, maybe 1 year, the first year, second year, third year, you still have enough time to make amendments. Think and ask yourself, why am I in school? What am I looking for in this? What is it that I want out of school? It might be certificate, it might be to improve my knowledge, it might be to get connection. They are all goals. So you need to be sure what you want and ask yourself, why do I want this? Why do I need it? So once you know why you need it, you have already gotten that driving force to move on. So our break time is over now, and we are starting another sprint time. It's 50 minutes of focus sprint, deep work time. So, and your mind works better in short sprints. Tell your mind that after 50 minutes you have a break to refresh, to rearrange, to renew your energy. So we'll be speaking again once it's 11:50, and for those of us that are joining us, we'll be continuing. We'll speak on how to set goals, and today I will make sure to speak to students on how to study. It is very important to students, so get as much students as possible to join us. Let's talk about how we study, how we'll be able to retain our information, how we'll be able to record it, and how to study effectively, if that is your aim. So we've come to the end of this section. This is the second springtime that we've come to the end. You can stand and stretch and walk around if you've been sitting. Look through your window to adjust your sight and see if you could see things that are far off. To adjust your sight is very important, that you don't walk at a stretch on the screen. You give your eyes a break to look further so as not to affect your sight. Is very important. So if you have been working with us, it's time for your break. You can go for your mindful break. During this break, you can have a cup of tea. You can walk around. If it's not raining where you are, where I am now is raining heavily. It's been raining since morning and it's a bit cold, really. Yeah, because for me, I always open the windows to get fresh air, to have a healthy air inside. So if it's not raining where you are, you can go for a walk. The 10 minutes is okay. And if you're a student, you want to listen to what we have been saying, or to listen to the discussion on how to improve your productivity, how to improve your results, then we are starting now. We've talked about setting your goal, how to know what you want out of whatever endeavor you are engaging in. If you are learning a skill, you need to be sure what you want. If you are learning, if you are in school, you need to be sure what you want, because that will help you to be focused. That will help you to concentrate on what took you to the place. You won't be derailed. You won't lose focus. Many people, they lose focus. You see them fighting, and fighting doesn't really help. It may be just somebody provoked them or somebody insulted them. You see that they might lose it, and some people from there, they enter into a lot of trouble. That is not why you are there. So you need to be sure what took you out of your house to where you are now, and know what you want out of it. And if you know what you want out of it, know why you want that. If you know why you want that, then that's okay. So this is how you focus on work, or how you approach a work, or you approach a task. It's very important that you set achievable goals. You work smart, not just working, not working hard. I'm not belittling hard work. Hard work is very important, but if you work hard and in a smart way, you achieve better results. You achieve more than ever just working hard without thinking. Because if it's all about working hard, people work hard and they still have nothing to show for it. You see so many students, they read morning and night, they read every time, but their grade doesn't speak to that. So let's look at what is preventing our grade from speaking to what we are putting in, to look at our efforts. So we need to get the maximum from all efforts we are making. So how do you do that? Is to set your goal to be smart, to set your goal to be achievable. So working smart should come from that framework of smart framework. There's smart goals or smart objective. When you set a goal, you don't just say, okay, today I'll be going to work and I'm going to work really well and come back. If that is just your goal, then you might struggle knowing when you completed the task. And remember that every progress you make should motivate you. Progress motivates. Yeah. What is so discouraging is when you are putting effort, you are not seeing headway, you are not seeing the outcome, you are not seeing a good result. It's very demotivating, and it can kill the morale, you know. But what we want is to move forward, and you knowing when you have achieved your aim is part of it. So you need to set an achievable goal. You should know specifically what you want. What do I want out of this? So you should be specific, not just I'm going to read today. You can say, okay, I will read 3 chapters. I'm going to read 2 chapters. I'm going to write a chapter. I'm going to be doing this. Okay, if you are in the salon, you are making hair, you can say, okay, I'm going to make 2 persons hair today. So you need to be specific what you are looking out for. It's not just saying I'm going to read, I'm going to the work. So specifically state what you want, and when you do that, it will be easier for you to go towards it, to work towards your goal. So the next thing in that smart in the SMART acronym is measurable. That brings us to what I said. You should know when you have achieved your goal. It should be measurable in numbers. It should be measurable in outcome. You say, okay, once I'm able to write 200 words, That's just is an achievable goal. It should be a goal that should stretch you. It should be a goal that you should put effort to achieve, but it should not be something you can't achieve. So you should know what complete looks like. You should know what success in that area looks like. So when you say, okay, I'm going to read, so how do you measure it? So okay, I'm going to read 3 chapters, which means you read the first chapter, you said one quarter done, 2 chapters is 2/3 done, that's 1/3 done, 2/3 done. Then you read the third one, you say, okay, this goal is complete. So it should be something that you can say, this is what complete or success looks like in this, in what I'm looking out for. So it should be measurable, not just saying, I'm going to be writing today, I'm going to be reading today. That can make you to lose focus. That can make you not to work, because you don't know what success looks like in that time, and it might not be time bound, so you don't know the progress you've made. Remember that progress makes you, it strengthens you, it encourages you to do more. So after the SMART, which is the SM, we are talking about A, is achievable. It's something that must be achievable. It's not something that is easy. You don't just say, okay, today I'm going to be sitting down. You can always sit down. It should be a goal that stretches you, something that you need to put effort, you need to think, you need to work to achieve. It should be something that will take you hard work to achieve, but it should be achievable within the time frame you give to it. So you say, I'm going to be writing 20 pages in a day. I'm going to be writing 10 pages in a day. Those things, when you look at it, is something that you should be able to complete within one day. Don't stand up, because even if you're a machine, there is no way you can write unless you're using any other thing. If it is with your typing with your hand, you can't write. There is no way you can write 150,000 words in a day, unless you're a machine, and you don't just put that, because it's not achievable. And once you can't achieve it, it's going to discourage you from working harder. So you need to set your goal in a way that you can achieve it, so it should be achievable. So we look at the next one, which is the R. It should be relevant. Whatever goal, whatever you are going to do should be relevant. So if you're at work now and somebody is provoking you, making you angry, and maybe you are a student, you are supposed to be reading, and you are there quarreling, have you asked yourself, this time I am spending now, is it contributing to the larger goal, which is me getting a good certificate? Is it contributing to what I'm looking out for? I normally tell people that, those people you are quarreling with in school, you are quarreling with as co-workers, they are not your trouble, because you just met them and one day you won't see them. So why waste your time with such things? When you look and it doesn't contribute to the goal, don't give your time to it. It's as simple as that. And there is nothing that saves you more trouble than just knowing what you're looking for. It saves a lot of trouble. It saves you from going to the market to buy trouble. Why? Because now you already know what I'm looking for is to be the director of my company. So what you know to do is not to make more enemies, because you need their vote. So when you know that, you go forward towards it. So it's very important that you know what you are looking for. You should set goals that are relevant to the bigger goal, to the outcome that you want in life. So you have this goal in 20 years that you are going to become this, in 20 years that you should be this, or in 5 years, in 2 years I should be graduating with a very good grade. Then the things that you are doing now, what you have set out to do today, is it contributing to that goal? Once you're able to set such things, you see, you will reduce unnecessary trouble, unnecessary confusion, and lack of focus that has been distracting people. It will help you a lot if you're able to set your goals to be relevant. So whatever you are doing, ask yourself, is it relevant to what I want in 5 years? Is it relevant to what I want in 2 years? Okay, today I have the goal of editing this work, I have the goal of proofreading, and now somebody just drop a notification that is going to distract you, and you know that it's not part of it. It is easy, because you already know where your boundary is, to overlook it. And somebody is quarreling in the office, trying to put you in trouble, trying to rob you to go and quarrel with another person, because it's not contributing to your main goal. It's easy for you to find out that this is a distraction, you leave it. So when you set, it's good you set your goals and know what you need and know why you need it, and know what you're looking for and know why you are looking for that. That will help you to stay focused. And for you to do that, you will use this SMART acronym to measure your goal, to be sure it's specific. You know what you want, to be sure that it is measurable. You know what complete or success in this case looks like, to be sure that it's relevant to what you are looking at. So we've come to the end of this break time. Will continue during the next break time. It's now our sprint time again. So during the sprint time, I want you to focus on your work, to put your mind to your work, and let's work together and see how much we achieve. I've told you that every time, every minute is big. 24 hours is a lot. At 50 minutes is a lot, but once you're able to tell your brain that yes, after 50 minutes you're getting a break, it works easier and with less pressure. So speak to you again once it's 12:50. So we've come to the end of this section, this sprint time for the focused work. We've just come to the end of it. So it's a mindful break time for those that are working with me. It's time for you to take your break. You can go for a walk, stretch, have your cup of tea, drink water. If you're not in an area that is raining like mine, you can just go out. 10 minutes is enough to walk around. And for students and those that are listening to our talk, we can continue talking now. So let's look at how we improve our studies. So I will start now about studying, about students, how to increase your output, how to increase your productivity as a student, how you can learn and retain what you've learned. You're not just depending on the technology, but for you to use the technology as a tool for you to improve your memory, to improve your thinking, so you can think deeply, you can think critically, and you can critique things and understand why they are written, and for you to recall what you've read. Those things are very important to students. So how do we study? It's important for you to understand that what you are targeting is your long-term memory, how to keep your memory sharp for a very long time, how to keep yourself, should I say, effective as a student, as a writer, as a lifelong learner. Because this thing we are talking about is not just you passing, it's not getting that certificate, it's you being active in mind for a long time. You'll be active even in old age. You can still reason well, you can still contribute to discussion in a meaningful way. So, and the technology and the smart should I say the smart system and everything that we have around us that provides us with easy answers, now they are not helping matters. They are not helping those that doesn't yet know that they should use their mind, that they should think deeply. It's not just you getting the easy answers. The more the easy answers, the less you think, and that means the less your mind develops. And in the long run, you see yourself forgetting things. In the long run, you see that you can't use your mind anymore, because now when you need to answer any question, you just go to Google, please, what is this? And it will be given to you. That is not how to develop your memory. That is not how to develop your mind. Sorry. And we are talking about those that are studying and those that wants to keep their mind active. So there is need for you to be conscious, to be deliberate about what you're doing, to be intentional to use your mind. So you should intentionally think and not just going back to request for answers and solutions. So you need to think and bring out the solutions from yourself, just like any other muscle of the body. Once you stop using it, we know those theories of evolution, the theories of existence. We know the survivor theory. When you don't use any part of your body, you don't use any system, once you don't use it, you tend to forget how to use it. You tend to it will degenerate. It's just that way. If let's just say there is a system in your village, in your tribe, in wherever you are, that they used to use, and now they are not using it, just give it up to 50 years and 100 years. When people are no longer using it, people will forget it. So if you're not using your mind, you're not exercising it, the same way it will stop developing, the same way it will start degenerating. So your mind, just like your body, you exercise it physically by jumping, running, walking, movements, and nourishment and air. So that's how you keep your body working. But your mind, you keep it working by thinking. That's the only way you exercise your mind. That's the only way you improve your thinking. So it's for you to be intentional in thinking. So what do? Is for you to learn how to read. Not just reading, how to study effectively. Because there is a difference between somebody that is reading newspaper and somebody that is studying for exam, and somebody that is studying to go and perform an operation, or somebody that is studying to go and perform a task. Those different levels of study. The person that is just reading newspaper is skimming through it to get the general knowledge of what happened. Oh, they said this happened today. Oh, that happened. But when you ask deeply, maybe after 2 days, 3 days, if it's something that doesn't touch the emotion, the person might have forgotten what happened. And the person that is just reading to pass the exam is another level, because now they are trying to retain it, to bring it out. Maybe the exam is in 2 days, the exam is in 3 days. They want to be able to retrieve it and use it in 3 days. That's another level of thinking. And the person that is studying, so in the future the person can do some operations, maybe engineering operation, maybe medical operation. That's another level of study, because now they tend to think deeply. They need to apply it, they need to relate it, they need to keep it in their long-term memory and relate it to things that they know. That's another form of that's another level of studying. So for you to study and pass, for you to improve your result, to improve your grade, it's not all about hard work. It's about studying smart. It's about you putting the hard work and using the right strategy, so at the end your effort will yield great results. So it doesn't just end at you studying after all the struggle, because studying can give you your A, your B, your studying can give you your C, it can give you a good grade, but it's not going to give you the excellent result. That a little extra that comes with it is the strategy that the person used in studying. You know, many students don't know this, and some that have graduated or don't know yet why they were struggling. But these are things that we need to study. I need to tell you, because keeping it me, I'm no longer going to go through so many exams, but yeah, every day is an exam in life, so we keep learning. So how do you study? First, you need to understand the different kinds of memory that you have and how you put things in your brain, how your brain record information and how your brain retrieves information. These are important things that you should look into. And when you understand it, so you know how to get it to where you want it to be. We have three types of memory. We have the sensory, we have the short-term memory, we have the long-term memory. These are common terms that you must have heard one way or the other, but let's just look at how it relates to our studies. When you are going through a place, you are passing, you know, okay, oh, it was raining, oh, it was a dry ground. That's just like in your sensories, you could feel it, you can see it, but your sensory will keep it between a split second, that's maybe less than a second, to and maybe something that looks up to 4 seconds. So you can tell that yes, when you were passing, that there were trees there, but when they ask you for the details, you might not be able to produce exactly what you saw. That is in the sensory. So, and if you don't put mind to it, you don't revisit it, you don't review it, you will forget it. Then when it comes to your short-term memory, the short-term memory works like our jotter. It works like our, should I say, your writing pad, where you put the information you are using at that point in time. So that's your short-term memory. In that place, that is where it will filter what matters and what should go into the long-term memory. So how do you tell your brain that this is important? Is when you revisit it or when you think over it again, then your mind knows that this is important and start processing it. But if it is something, maybe, you know, in a day, if we calculate the amount of information we see in a day, once you're outside, you're inside, the things that you hear, you see, they are quite a lot. And if you keep storing all of them, that will be a lot for your brain. So your brain use this short-term memory, which keeps things around 7 minutes to know if this is good or not. But in your long-term memory, it can keep for for a lifetime, from 24 hours to a lifetime it can. But how do you take it to that extent? How do you take it to the long-term memory? Is you revisiting it, is you putting a thought to it. So that brings us to our studies. When we are studying, it's not just reading, it's not skimming through it. So there are strategies, there are things that you need to do to be able to put it down in your memory and to be able to retrieve it. And that will be continuing to say, we will say that during our, we'll continue the discussion during the next break. So we'll be talking about active recall, we'll be talking about spaced repetition, we will talk about teaching, we'll talk about association and relation and visualization. We'll talk about the Pomodoro technique that we're using, and we'll talk about how to store information like you store in the computer. You know, the computer can keep a lot of information, but your brain can keep much more. So we'll talk about how to store information, maybe even like a zip file. You know, when you zip your file, it's easier for you to find out where the file is in your computer. But if you're just saving, each time you just click save, when you want to find it, you see that you are struggling. But if you put them in file and name them, you zip your file, you put so many files in another file, you zip it, it's easier for you to retrieve information. So I'll be talking about how we do those things in our memory, not just in the computer, because these things are they are transferred from our memory to the way the computer works. Our memory has been there before the computer came. So we are going to be learning how to keep information, how to store it rightly and retrieve it. So if you want to pass easier, you want to make a good grade, then there is a way for you to go. It's not just you, it's not all about you studying morning, night, afternoon. You put a lot of hard work. Yeah, there are so many people putting a lot of hard work, but the result is not showing the same output. So it's important that you study smart. So we talk about those repetition and the strategies that we use to keep our memory working, especially for students and for researchers and those lifelong learners, those that wants to keep their mind smart and working for a very long time. So I'll be speaking to you again once it's 1:50. So we've come to the end of this section. It's our break time, it's a mindful break. So if you've been working, it's time for you to go on your break and relax. You can stretch, look through the window. Where I am now, it's really raining, it's looking very dark, you can see, with my window still open. So it's good to work in a very comfortable environment. And you need to have enough air, enough light for your eyes. You need to protect your eyes. As a student, as a researcher, your eyes is a big asset. It's something you can't deal without. So there is no need you trying to minimize to manage light. Please make it well lighted, and the more the natural light, the better for you. So use the natural light as much as possible, and it also helps to regulate your body. It also helps to make improve your sleep. So try to use the natural light if it's available. If you're working at night, that's another thing altogether. So if you have been with us, we are talking about how to improve our productivity, how to improve our output as students. You should ask yourself, what do I really want out of school? Do I want to be educated, or do I just want the certificate? These are two different things. Do I need to improve my interrelationship with, that's my interaction with human beings, knowing how to facilitate discussions, knowing how to facilitate interviews? That depends on the area you're working on. So what is your aim? If you know your aim, you can just put it in the chat. So let's look at it. And if your aim is to improve yourself, then you need to work on it. If your aim is to get the certificate, then you need to focus on passing the subjects to get the results that you want. So how are you studying that is giving you what you want, what you have now? Many of us, we put a lot of effort in studying. You work at night, you work in the morning. Some will go to class in the morning. After class, they won't even come back. Some people are not even eating because they're not eating well, because in their mind they think they need to work more, they need more time to study. But there should be a balance, and that balance is very important for your clarity. It's very important for your productivity. There should be a balance between your work time and your rest time. There should be a balance between the time you're working and your rest time and your sleep time. So you don't neglect any of this. They are all important: your work time, your rest, and your sleep. As a student, you need your sleep enough. You need it much more than you can imagine, because you need it to gain clarity, you need it to renew your energy, you need it to store the information you've read into your long-term memory. They are all important. And your rest also is very important, because if you are tired, no matter what you do, you can't learn when you are tired. If you are exhausted already, you will be less productive. So you need that rest time. So you need to learn how to manage your wake hour. The time you are awake, you need to learn how to manage it, and also schedule your time for rest. So for students, we are talking about how to improve your grade. How do you read? And for you to study effectively, there are strategies that you must use, because just working hard is not enough. There are times that working hard is not enough. It's just like you saying, oh, I'm working hard, and instead of working smart, using the right tools, using the right things to do the work, and you are just putting and sweating, that might not give you the should I say, the needed results. So as a student, it's important that you work smart and learn how to study, learn how to retain more information, learn how to retrieve information. So this comes with practice. It's not just what you wake up one day and that's just it. And it's very important that you learn how to learn. Many people are struggling not because they are not putting in the hard work. It's not because they are not they don't want to pass. It's not because they are not doing enough. But the thing is that they don't know where they are lacking. They don't know what to do. And today, those that have gone through it, you can ask those that came out with a very good result, and those successful people, they will tell you it's not all about the hard work. It is about you knowing the right thing to do each time, and it's very important. So for students, let's look at spaced repetition. So you reading, or maybe when you see something, like I said, you look at your long-term memory, which is where we want to improve and optimize. How do you get things into your long-term memory, and how do you bring it out? You bring it out and you record things there just by visiting it again, revisiting it and reviewing it, and telling your mind that this is important, that this particular information is important. The only way you do it is to review it and revisit it. So if you do that, that will tell your brain, oh, this one should be stored for longer time. But if you don't give a thought to it, after you see the first one, your brain will say, oh, this is not really important. So it might just be like one of those things you see, you know it's there, but you have no good memory of it, so they remain there. So you give it a thought. So for the repetition we are talking about, is not you going back to read and read and reread your books. No, there is need for you to read and reread. That's just revisiting it and revising it and reviewing it. But you need to space it. You need to give it, you increase the spacing each time you are studying. Let's just say you just came out of class now, which is just a few minutes to 2. You just came out from the class. You don't start unless you have someone that is teaching you, okay, you want to improve, and then after that, please give it time. You can rest for 1 hour, you can rest for a day, then revisit it tomorrow and read it again to see. And how that works is because our mind is designing in a way that it forgets things. If you don't revisit things that you studied or you just read or you saw for the next 24 hours, there is every likelihood you're going to lose up to 70% of what you've seen. So by the time you're trying to lose it, which is by tomorrow, then you top it up, then you revisit it, just go through it, even though you think you know it. Revisit what you've learned maybe after 1 day. Then after that 1 day, don't go, oh, reading it. No, you wait for it. The next 3 days after the first day, you revisit it. So that tells your mind, tells your brain that yes, this is important and it will store it. That's the spaced repetition. So aside spaced repetition, another thing you can do as a student to pass, and this one is very important, is active recall. Because in learning and in studying, there are 2 things that you must do. One is active and one is just passive. It's like you sleeping, resting, and the active one is you actively studying, actively should I say recalling, and actively repeating what you have done. So that's the active part of it. So the active recall is you being able to recall what you have read, learned, or studied. And this is not just like you read, is your submission anonymized, just close it and you say it again. No, your recall will take time. After you have studied or you have done the repetition, you put it through your mind. You just have to read it again through your mind to say, okay, I understand this. If you understand it, then you go forward and try to write it down. You try to, when you don't think that you know it, even if you were able to say it in your mind without saying it out, don't think that you know it. Because once you pick up your pen to start writing it, you will see the gap. You see what you don't know yet. It's very simple. You can try it. You can teach your children. You can teach people that are doing their exams, and they will tell you exactly what I'm telling you now. You might think you know this already. After reading that 1 page, you say, oh, I know this. Oh, but when you pick up your pen to write it, you see that yes, you did not know it. And writing, when it comes to your memory, is very important, because writing will slow down how you reason, how you are thinking, because your thinking is fast and it tends to jump so many things and miss out so many things. But once you take your pen to write it down, you write it straight to your memory. It makes it to stick. So use your pen and paper and write what you think you've learned. Write what you think you have understood. Are you preparing for exam? Take your pen and paper. Don't allow yourself to just put it in there. When you go to the exam hall, you will struggle. But if you put your paper and pen and you were able to replicate your note or replicate the idea, then you are going to remember it. It will be easier for you to remember it, because now your brain has followed the system one after the other to write it down. So it will be hard for you to forget it. So we've come to the end of this break time, and during the next break we continue from this active record. There are so many other techniques in active record that we are going to discuss. After that, we move on to the next technique. So for those that are working with me, this is 2 p.m. and we're entering into another deep work section. So during this deep work time is a sprint time, is 50 minutes. So minimize every distraction and make every second of this 50 minutes count. I'll be speaking again, and those that are with us, you can put it in the chat. You can chat and tell us what you're working on, and we'll chat about it. You have questions about studies, don't, this is, there is nothing shameful in it. It is something that is it shows your determination, and it shows that you want to go forward in life. And this is a foundation that you need to learn how to learn. It's a foundation, it's something that will help you to change job, to move forward in life. So let's discuss it. Anything you are struggling with in your studies, in your writing, you can put it down, so we discuss later at 2:50. Yeah, for those that visited, Matthew, yeah, Lena, thank you. And for all CSLN Best of New Jerusalem, thank you for being there. And let's continue our work, and we'll speak again once it's 2:50. It's our break time. Yeah, I'll just speak for a few minutes. During this break time, you can listen now, you can go for a walk. It's a mindful break time. So I advocate you to take break. When it's break time, you can go for a walk, you can chat, but take break at just break away from the work you are doing and listen to yourself at this point in time, or you can chat or do things that helps you renew your energy, things that will help you um, revitalize, to concentrate, to gain clarity. So they are all important. Rest is as important as your work, and work is as important as your rest. So you don't neglect any one of them. Don't neglect your rest, don't neglect your work, don't neglect your sleep. They are all important. So let's continue. We are talking about recall. The recall ability, for you to improve your recall ability, for you to improve the ability to retrieve information from your mind. So these are things that you will need to train. It's not it doesn't just happen. It's not like let me check something. It's not just like what you wake up one day and you gain. So it's something you train. So it's very important that you train your brain to be able to recall. Yeah, your brain to be able to recall what you've read or studied. Those are very important for students, and for those that are lifelong learners, and for those that are managing a lot of information. It's very important that you train your mind to recall information, to bring out information when it's needed. It's not all about reading it. If you read it and you forget it when it matters, then it doesn't make sense. So you need to train. So we are talking about active recall. So during active recall, you need to go through it in your mind to be sure that you understand what you've read, that you have a deeper understanding, and you can relate with what you've learned. So after you have recalled it in your mind and you know that yes, you've learned it, it's time for you to write it down. I will tell you again that writing still wins when it comes to your memory. It's not like waste of time. You know, some people, they think, I already know it, I don't need to write it down. But when you pick up your pen to write it down, you know how much exactly you know. So it's important that you write it down. That slows down the record, the, should I say, storage process. So you will store it properly, so you can remember it when it matters. So your record ability will improve when you store information, you try to remember it, then you write it down. If you're able to replicate your notes, if you're able to replicate what you've learned, then you have done well. Then after the writing, the next thing you should do is to say it out. You need to speak it out. If you think you have learned what you studied, or you read a book and you think you understand it, close that book and say it out. When you say it out, yeah, you are helping your brain to memorize it. You are helping your brain to store it away. You're helping your brain to create pathways for this particular information. So you need to say it out. Even if there is nobody to say it out, you can say it to yourself. You have a child, you can explain it in simple language. You can explain it in a way that a child will understand it. If you're able to explain it that way, it helps you to retain it longer. So if you have gone through that process of you recalling it in your brain, you're able to remember it, you write it down, you can replicate your notes, then you go to the extent of speaking it out, and yes, you can still make a good sense of what you've read. Then it's time for you to quiz yourself. That is still part of recall ability. So don't take it for granted. Quizzing yourself, ask yourself questions in so many ways around what you have learned, around what you have studied. So ask yourself several questions around that area. Maybe you were studying let's just say how to write a research paper, or maybe how to write an essay. So you can think about it like, okay, after this writing, you ask yourself, okay, what should be the first thing, what should be the last thing, what should be how do I structure a paragraph. You know, we all know the golden thread of writing. That is like getting the ideas in each paragraph and connecting it. So you need to learn, and after that, you should during this record, you quiz yourself around every aspect of it. Ask yourself every question that you can imagine in that area, and when you ask yourself questions, it helps. And if you're going to be facing an exam, and that exam is specifically an essay, it is good that you start reading you start answering the question. First, go read the questions before you read the essay. That will help you to find out what exactly you are looking at for in the essay. So you need to quiz yourself as a process of recalling. And recall is just like an exercise to your brain. The more you try to bring it out, the more it exercises the brain to strengthen the nerve, to strengthen the pathways in your brain, that it can keep this information and bring it out when it matters. So I will also be talking about how to make it faster so you can remember fast, because you need to remember very fast when it is time to write the exam, when it is time to apply it in real life. You will need to remember it fast. So how do you improve your recall ability to make it fast? You use the mismatch method. That's the method I excel in that. I use that a lot. So you need to, just like when you are in primary school, in secondary school, they will create a rota. What do they normally? It's a timetable of subjects. So those things are meant to reduce boredom and to improve your ability to recall information. The timetable most times is created in a way that it follows the rhythm of your energy. So you know, okay, in the morning, what subjects should you study? In the evening, which should you study? But the most important thing in this, when you use this kind of system, is that it tells your brain, it teaches your brain to retrieve information from different pathways. So you don't start reading one subject and you keep reading it. That's not going to help. If you read one subject from morning till night, unless you're just reading and not giving it a lot of thought, you're not thinking deeply. If you're thinking deeply, then you will need to go from maybe logic to relations, and that you just, when you return back, so you are teaching your brain to retrieve information, to switch fast. And that is very helpful for those that are going for interview, those that are going to write exam, because that will train your mind to exactly know where to retrieve the information from. So you don't get confused. Many students, they get confused between subjects. They get confused between writing. You see, they are writing this, oh, where did I even see this? At what let me solve their puzzle. In what subject did I see this? In what subject did I not see this? So when you start thinking that way, then you know that yes, your brain will need strengthening. Your neurons, the brain and nerves, they need strengthening to know the pathway from which they retrieve information when it's needed. So you don't study one subject. If you have, like, you have a test tomorrow, you have another one next tomorrow, you can study the one you have next tomorrow now, then you later you go for the one you have tomorrow. So when you return to the one you have next tomorrow again, before, so it's teaching your brain to switch, to be able to adjust fast. So it's very important. Another thing you will need to learn to do is to teach. As a student, as somebody that is planning to improve your score, to improve your grade, to improve your memory, then teaching is very important. I'm not saying you should be a teacher, but it helps you if you can teach it easily. If you can explain it simply, you have learned it deeply. It's as simple as that, and that will reduce the amount of time you put in your study. That will reduce the amount of stress you go through. So when next somebody say, oh, can you teach me, just volunteer. Even if they didn't request, you can ask, oh, please, can I teach you this? As a student, make that your study technique, make it a strategy, because once you can teach it, when you are teaching, what teaching does for you is that it will show you exactly the gap, what you know and what you don't know, when you start teaching it to others. You know, when you are teaching it to others, they might not know, if they haven't read it and they don't understand it, they might not know the mistakes you are making. But you yourself that is teaching it will know where you are fumbling, you know where you are not getting it right, you know what you are still missing, and that will help you to go back to it and study it. So teaching is very important in studies. Get a group, a study group, where you can ask them, oh, can I teach you? Even though they know it, let them just listen. So as you're teaching it, if you can explain it, then you have learned it. And another thing that teaching will do for you as a student is to organize your thoughts. It will help you organize your thoughts. It will tell you, okay, you are mixing things up, you are not getting the steps, you are not flowing. So when you are teaching it, you find out what is really lacking in your knowledge about that subject. So it's very important to teach. And you might not have people to teach. You can actually teach yourself also, but it's very important that you get a study group or people that you can teach, you can talk to, so they can ask you questions And if you can't answer it exactly, you will know what you don't know in it. So it's very important as a study technique. The first one is to do spaced repetition. The second one is for you to do active recall. The next one is for you to teach. It's very important for you to teach. So this teaching now, make it a point of contact, a point of duty as a study routine. When you learn, after learning, go to the class, ask people that you think, oh, can I teach you this? And you will ask me questions. And once you can teach it, let's just say you should have studied, maybe after you study you revisit it, maybe it will take you 2 hours, 3 hours. If you can teach it within 1 hour, you have mastered it. It's as simple as that. You master it. So teach. So another thing that you can do, oh, we have come to the end of the break time. So it's now our it's time for our sprint time. So I will take some time out. I will just pause it, and for those that are working with me, please continue. I will return in 3 minutes. Let me get some food. That's okay for me. 3 minutes should be okay because I will soon be ending it. So if you are there, concentrate on your work, and this is the last section actually, and make every second of it count, make every minute count. Let's focus on what we are doing. I'm really happy with how much I was able to do. I formatted the work, I'm formatting, yeah, I've done the corrections, and the third, that's the 3 priority task I have today, is done. So I'm really happy with what I've achieved. So I'm just taking on the next priority out of the that is below the 3 that I chose already. I don't know if you have achieved yours also, so you can write it down there. It's a very productive space for me and for anybody that has joined. So I'll be speaking again once it's 3:50, no, 4, because that's the end of it. So we just conclude and summarize what we've done today, and tomorrow remember that we start by 10 a.m. again and end it by 4 p.m. Okay, so I'll be ending it here today. So let's just have the conclusion today. We've spent roughly 6 hours of work time today. So it was divided into two sections. One is the 50 minutes deep work time, and the 10 minutes is for your mindful break. And we've gone through 6 sessions, which makes it 6 hours already. So tomorrow we'll be starting again by 10. Remember that, and keep a date, and end it by 4. So let's just look at what we've discussed today. We've been discussing on how to be productive, how to improve our productivity. But before we close today, I want to bring to your attention the things that waste people's time, some would think, oh, something somewhere is manipulating them, but most times we waste our own time, we waste our own energy by engaging in the things that doesn't really matter. So if you're in this space, if you are online now, you are in any space, ask yourself, why am I there? What am I looking for? What is it that I want to gain out of this? Especially for those that goes to social media, sometimes they are working hard, they want to gain visibility, but for what, they don't know. They want to level up, they want to have enough followers, they want to have enough likes, and let's just say visibility, and having enough creation that they post on their pages. So if you are one of them, ask yourself, what do I want out of this? What do I want? If you gain all those followers, what do you want it for? If you have those likes, what do you want it for? So you need to be clear on what you want, and that will make it more efficient for you. So you need to also ask the question again, why? If you have known, okay, you want this follower maybe to gain visibility, maybe to sell whatever you are selling, maybe to sell yourself, to sell your services, to sell your goods, whatever goods you have to sell, or maybe just to sell whatever handiwork you have, then that's the goal. And you ask yourself, then why do I need it? Is it to gain more money, or is it to increase the number of shops, to increase the number of interaction, that's should I call contacts that you want? So you know how to focus on it, and that will protect you from being in the wrong place, maybe wasting your time, spending hours and hours in people's page, spending hours and hours liking and following. That will save you a lot of time. If you know that, yes, this following is going to help me get what I want, then it will help you to do it more and do it efficiently. So the things that waste our time is us not being clear on what we need and why we need it. Again, when you engage, when you don't give your energy to the things that matters to you, I normally, that's just me, anybody that has worked with me or that has stayed with me, I've stayed with so many people in life, I mean, at work, at home, everywhere. So if you know me well, you know I don't waste my time. If it doesn't contribute to the larger goal, then it's not for me. If you like, you can quarrel. If you like, you can cause a lot of problem, and that is how people waste their time. Because when somebody doesn't like you, have you asked yourself, must they really like you? Do you need their liking to do what you want to do? Do you need their smiles to do what you want to do? Do you need their talking to you to get what you want? If you don't need it, you don't have any business quarreling with that person. And most times when you go to work and you have a lot of problem with people, you need to ask yourself, what am I gaining? What am I doing? What is it that I'm looking for in this work? So if you exactly know what you're looking for, it will help you to cut so much problem. Because from the onset, if you know you are going there to grow in that job, to become the manager, then you will need a good relationship with the people around. You need to learn some skills, so you won't waste your time trying to read or run around with people that wants to leave the job. It's simple. So when next somebody meets you at work and is causing problem, ask yourself, do I need to quarrel with this person? Does it contribute to the main goal why I'm here? If it doesn't, leave it, because you just met them there, and the probability that you will not see them when you come back 1 year, 2 years, 2 days, an hour is there. So why quarrel? Why put your mind to it? Why waste your energy? And for those that will always go to people's page, you stay there 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, ask yourself, does it contribute to the goal why I am here? So ask yourself, if you're in any social media, in any platform, you ask yourself why you are there and what you want to achieve from it. And once you know why you are there and what you want to achieve from it, is going to help you tailor the kind of engagement you put in. It will help you tailor the kind of interaction that you will get, and it will help you avoid some problems, level up, give gift and all those things. If it contributes to the larger aim, then it's okay, but you must ask yourself each time, what am I looking for in this space, in this social setting that I've joined in this workplace, in this school that I've gone to? What am I looking for? Is it a first class? Is it the certificate? Is it the connections? You need to define exactly what you're looking for. Then you ask yourself, because you will need motive. You will need that push to continue when it gets tough. And for you to get that motive, for you to get that push, you will need to know why you need it. You want to level up. You want to grow. You want your page. You want to have 200 million followers. And why do you need it? Is it to make more money? Then that will give you the push to keep going, even when they are causing problem. And if you ask yourself, why do I need to get that certificate? Maybe it's from the home you are coming from, or maybe the financial situation of your family. When you remember those things, it will keep you going even when it gets tough. So these things are the ways of getting, that's the simplest way of getting clarity, to know what you are looking for in a space, in a thread, in a relationship, in an interaction, in your skill. And then after you have known that what, it's time for you to know why you need it. So when somebody push you to contribute, somebody is pushing you, do more, somebody is pushing you, you can grow, somebody is pushing you, you can put 50 pounds and get 500 pounds, then you will know exactly what you want. And it's very important to gain that clarity. So tomorrow we'll be meeting again here, and that will be by 10 a.m. and it will end also just around this time at 4 p.m., making it 6 hours of focus, study, and work time. So thank you to everyone that has been with me since 10 a.m. till now. And if you have been working, you will tell yourself that you should pat yourself and congratulate yourself, because it's not an easy thing. But if you follow the system we are using, which is the Pomodoro techniques, it's quite easy, it's stress-free, it's less, it's no pressure. It will help you to achieve more. It will help you to be more productive with less stress. So see you tomorrow again. I'm still C Excellent. So we'll chat tomorrow during breaks. Thank you.